Fathers and sons coming to PNC Park for perhaps the first time. Moms and daughters and sisters too. Fun had by all today on a Kids Day Sunday. Great excitement on Federal Street for all of the youngsters who come on out to PNC. They'll be cheering Let's Go Bucks in just a little while as the Atlanta Braves and Pittsburgh Pirates play Game 3 of a 3-game series. The Pirates looking for their first sweep of the 2009 season. Hi again, everybody, along with Bob Walk. I'm Tim Neverett. When you start talking sweeps and back-to-back shutouts and 3 shutouts on the homestand, it's all about starting pitching, and the Pirates have been getting plenty of that, and in good fashion.
Oh, it's a lot of fun to watch pitching like this. It's having a great effect on the whole ball club. But look at the numbers of what we're seeing right now. This, of course, we talked about this in March. This is what we wanted to see. The pitchers, the starting pitchers leading the way, and then everybody else picking it up.
Hey, look at some of the numbers that these guys are putting up as a staff. First in baseball in earned run average, shutouts, and pitches per inning. It's quite a difference from last year.
Yeah, when the starters are giving you 6-7 innings, I mean, the bullpen also has got a lot less to do. They're going to have better numbers. So it's just a snowball effect, rolling downhill, getting bigger and bigger.
Pirates brought the bats out yesterday. They're going to need them again today. They're facing 12-year veteran Javier Vasquez.
Yeah, this is going to be a much more difficult test than they had yesterday's ball game. Vasquez, he's not afraid of anybody. Veteran guy, he's going to come at you. No freebies. You see, he doesn't like to walk too many people. We're going to have to hit our way to get on base this afternoon.
All right, it's Javier Vasquez and Zach Duke as today's starting pitcher visits with Joe Kerrigan. Webkins for kids 14 and under today on a Kids Day Sunday at PNC Park. The Pirates and the Braves with the Bucks looking for their first sweep of the 2009 season. First pitch coming your way next.
...2009 Pirates Baseball on FSN Pittsburgh is brought to you by PNC. PNC, leading the way by Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines has low fares with no hidden fees. Book now on southwest.com, where what you see is what you pay. By your Toyota dealer, where quality, dependability, and good MPG all come standard. Toyota, moving forward. And by Geico Insurance. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO.
Great look inside PNC Park as the Braves are in for the final game of a 3-game set. Pirates have taken the first 2, and well, she's got 3 Webkins. The birthday boy, Zach Duke, turns 26 years of age today, and he winds and delivers the first pitch of the ball game to Omar Infante, and it's ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Infante playing shortstop today for Bobby Cox and the Braves. The pitch by Duke is inside ball 2. Zach Duke pitched on his birthday 2 seasons ago against Milwaukee. Lost that game 7-5, trying to turn his fortunes around pitching on his birthday. Young pitcher making his 101st career start, delivers a strike. And you remember the performance on Monday, Bob, the last time Duke took the mound here at PNC Park. That 7-0 complete game shutout.
Yeah, he was awesome, that was for sure.
Infante 3 for 8 during the course of the series. 2 for 4 in yesterday's game, a pair of singles. 2-2 pitch to center field. Nate McLeod right there for out number 1. Here's Bobby Cox's lineup against Zach Duke and the Pirates, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. You see Infante at shortstop. Martin Prado moves from third to second today. Chipper Jones back in the lineup. He's been battling a bruised thumb. 0-5 without Jones in the lineup, so Cox trying to turn things around today for the Braves. Get Chipper back in there.
They've been pretty much offensively challenged without Chipper in the lineup. You know, it's not always that one thing, though. There's so many variables goes into wins and losses. Chipper not being there has definitely had a hand in things.
0-1 pitch to Prado is taken for strike 2. Martin Prado's had to play around the infield a little bit. Again, Yunel Escobar is out with an abdominal strain, so Infante playing shortstop. That one gets by. The backhanded attempt by Andy LaRoche and into left field. Prado heading into second for a 1-out double. So the infield has had to change around a little bit with the absence of Chipper Jones. He's had that thumb injury, and Chipper doesn't know if he's 100% with that thumb just yet.
It's feeling a lot better. I'm still not sold on the fact that, you know, if I get jammed left-handed, that it's not going to come back. But, you know, I feel like I've made enough progress over the last couple of days, and right-handed is certainly not as hard on the thumb.
And the switch hitter batting right-handed against the lefty Zach Duke today. But anytime you've got a bruised thumb, Bob, as a regular everyday player.
Well, if it's your top hand, that's going to really affect your swing as far as what it's going to feel like when you get jammed. Look at this.
They've got Prado, the lead runner, caught in a rundown. He's tagged out by Andy LaRoche. On a routine ground ball to Jack Wilson, Prado caught napping at second base, and alertly Wilson erases the lead runner.
No, it's just a simple play. If you can make the ball go behind you, I mean, that's great. But I mean, this ball's right in front of him. I mean, right there in front of him. Where is he going? And that'll mess up your offense too. As I said, a lot of variables have been in the mix of why they're not scoring runs. Well, Chipper's not been in the lineup. And there you see a case of just a bonehead base running play, taking a man out of scoring position.
So Jones at first. Here's Garrett Anderson. Anderson without a hit this series so far. Two down, top of the first.
If he gets his first hit here, I mean, that really is going to hammer home the fact that they gave up a run there for no reason, just wandering off the base with a ground ball right in front of you.
Yeah, it's almost unexplainable from the base runner's standpoint with a ground ball hit right at you. You've got to get back to the bag.
Yeah, it's so cut and dry that if the ball is to your left, go to third. If the ball's to your right, get back. It's
pretty easy.
It's really that simple. I suppose with 2 outs, it's not that simple. You take off, but there's no way he could not know how many outs there are. He's the second hitter of the game.
Breaking ball low. 3 balls and a strike to Garrett Anderson. Yeah, you know you're hitting number 2. You get a double.
There's not going to be 2 outs.
There's not going to be 2 outs.
You have
impossible.
have to get back to second base in that ball.
This one is lifted down the left field line. That's going to drop in for a base hit. Chipper Jones around second. He's going to be held at third as Nyjer Morgan retrieves it back onto the infield. And the second double of the inning given up by Zach Duke.
1-0 it should be. A couple of cheap doubles, that's for sure. Ground ball off the glove, and now just a little parachute drop down the line.
Yeah, you're right. And Jack Wilson alertly erasing Martin Prado has saved a run so far, and it remains scoreless in the top of the first. 2 men out, second and third. Jeff Francoeur takes ball one. 326 for Francoeur. 7 for 14 lifetime against Zach Duke. Here's the 1-0. Trying to paint the corner. Now Duke is behind in the count. 2 balls and no strikes. Tried the breaking ball, then the fastball in the corner, missed both. Duke's 2-0. Broken bat looper to center field. Nate McLeod comes on. He's going to have to play the hop. Guns it to the plate. And off the mound, it is 2-0 Atlanta. Francoeur gets an RBI single, goes down to second on the throw. And the Braves score their first runs in the last 48 plus hours.
A little bad luck so far for Duke. All these hits he's given up, kind of nothing. That certainly wasn't one. This ball here should have been cut off, I would say. In the first inning of a ball game, you got the third out right in front of you, so you can get in the dugout. LaRoche should have just cut that, threw out Francoeur at second base, and everybody could have jogged in to the bat rack.
Let's check out Bob's keys to the game, brought to you by A&L Motors.
Well, the bottom one there, create a run early. We can throw that one out. They didn't do that, but they got runs anyway. And Duke, I didn't want him to have any long innings early. He threw 120 pitches in that shutout.
That's the 20th pitch for Zach Duke.
After 9 innings, 120 pitches, I would think you want to be on the efficient side. And now he's thrown 20 not out of this inning. Another reason why I would have liked to have seen that ball cut off and just take the third out at second base and get this inning over with.
Francoeur leads from second. Pitch to Kochman. Breaking ball misses. 2-1. Joe Kerrigan poring over his notes early.
Yeah, the decisions that go in, whether to cut a ball, not cut a ball, it's not always, do I have a play at the plate or not? A lot of it depends on what inning you're in.
2-1. Now it's 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Let's say it's the 8th inning of the game and there's no score and 2 runs are coming home. Well, then, maybe you want to roll the dice, gamble, let that throw go to the plate. Right. But now, you got 9 more times you're going to hit. Go ahead, let them have that run. They're going to score it anyway.
Trade the out.
Let them have it. Get out of there.
Base hit center field. Might be another one here. Francoeur comes around third. McLeod's going to wave, and this time they do cut it. And Kochman holds it first, and it is 3-0 Atlanta. Zach Duke getting hit hard early.
It is kind of amazing what a little thing like cutting a ball off or not cutting a ball off, how it can have an impact on the game. There's the base hit. And this ball even, stung a lot harder than Francoeur's. And that ball should have been cut too. It was offline. But both of them should have been cut. And if the first one was cut off, Francoeur wasn't stopping at first base. He was going to second, was only halfway there. He was a dead duck. Inning would be over.
Zach Duke not being treated very well by his guests on his birthday today. Turned 26 years of age.
Well, in a way, the score now is what it should be.
Yeah,
A bright base running blunder.
Prado should have scored.
A base running blunder cost them a run, and then not cutting off that one throw and getting out at second base cost us a run. So 3-0. Score is right. I guess you can look at it that way.
Funny how things even themselves out sometimes. David Ross back in the lineup behind the plate, catching instead of Brian McCann today. Ross has been around. 296 average against the Pirates. 25th pitch for Zach Duke, fouled back to the screen. Now that's 10 more than the Pirates average per inning. They average just over 15 pitches an inning, which is tops in the major leagues. It's the best mark. And now Zach Duke looking on pitch number 26 in the top of the first. Braves have 3 in on 4 hits. This one is roped by Ross, foul.
This is only the second time on this road trip the Braves are on where they've scored more than 2 runs. They put a 4 spot up in one of their losses against the Fish. And as everyone knows, they shut out 2 times here at PNC Park.
And Florida Marlins swept them in Atlanta. Florida was losing yesterday to Washington almost the entire game. Had to come back in extra innings to win that. Florida off to the hottest start in baseball at 10-1. They'll be here tomorrow for a 3-game set. That'll finish up on Wednesday afternoon. Travel day Thursday. Then we're out on the West Coast in San Diego. 1 ball, 2 strike pitch. It's way outside. 2-2 to David Ross, the 7th hitter in the order. Jordan Schaefer, center fielder, on deck, and then Javier Vasquez sitting in the dugout wondering if he's going to come to the plate before he takes the hill. Two outs, a runner aboard, and the 2-2 pitch by Duke. Yesterday in the major leagues, in case you missed it, how about the new Yankee Stadium? Is that the new launching pad? The Indians had 14 runs in the second inning, beat the Yankees 22-4, the worst pounding a Yankee team has ever taken in their home stadium, whether it be the new one or the old one. Brad Lidge's save streak ended at 48. Aramis Ramirez, walk-off home run, sinks the Cardinals. And swing and a foul tip into the glove of Ryan Domit. 3 runs given up by Zach Duke. Pirates will try to get it back here in the bottom of inning number. Heading to the bottom of the first inning, John Russell's lineup against the Braves, brought to you by PNC. Niger Morgan to lead off. Freddie Sanchez in the 2-hole. Nate McLeod hitting third. He's on a 5-game hitting streak, hitting .400 during that time. Jack Wilson back in the lineup. Jack nursing a bruised middle finger on his left hand. Had the last 2 games off, but he is in there today. And Niger Morgan steps in against the 6'2", 210-pound right-hander Javier Vasquez, who deals a fastball outside, ball 1. Vasquez 0-1, 4.5 the earned run average this year. Took a loss on Tuesday against the Florida Marlins in spite of the fact he struck out 12.
By the way, I said the score was right, 3-3.
3-0.
3-0.
Yeah.
And I thought about it, and I was like, no, that's not. We should still only gave up 2 because Jones scored in Prado's place. We would have Jones out if we had to pick out. They should have only got 2 runs.
Morgan takes outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
No matter what.
Well, what's done is done.
Yeah, I know. But as you can see, I'm a little frustrated the way that inning went.
You get 8 more of those. Niger Morgan base hit. Morgan had been 0 for his last 8. Has 5 multi-hit games this year, and now the Pirates with the leadoff man aboard here in the bottom of the first.
And that's what you'd love to see him do, is get on top of that ball the other way.
Just hit the ball where it was pitched.
And hit it, get on top of it and hit it. You don't want him hitting it in the air that direction. He didn't have the pop to hit it over that left fielder's head unless they're really playing him cheap. So he needs to be able to hit the line drives, ground balls that side.
Sanchez takes outside and low. Now, with Niger Morgan aboard, you've got some options. But Sanchez has been hitting the ball rather well lately. He's got 2 triples in this series. 4 hits. And is tied for the National League lead with 9 extra base hits so far. 2006 batting champion. Against Russ Ortiz of Houston the other day, had a 9.5 minute at bat using 3 bats. There's Freddie ripping this one down the left field line, foul.
Yeah, Freddie's first souvenir of the day.
You know, he gives up more souvenirs than the souvenir store does, I tell you. Tony Beasley down at third base, giving the signs. Pirates wearing their Sunday home uniforms today, the sleeveless pinstripes. And that's what was given out today as a souvenir, a Webkins doll. Sanchez will foul this one away. You know, kids 14 and under got a Webkins today. That one doing a pretty good job observing right now. It sort of resembles the Pirate Parrot.
A little bit. A little different, though, on the top.
Vasquez ready in the 1-2. Remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. And see the Webkins, now the kids like these, Bob, because it comes with a code of some sort. You go on the internet, you register your Webkins, and now you own it. You got to take care of it. Develops its own internet life. The kids learn how to use computers and all kinds of things, and be responsible. Sanchez strikes out. Behind Javier Vasquez for the Atlanta Braves, David Ross completes the battery. In the outfield, Garrett Anderson, Jordan Schaefer, and Jeff Francoeur. Chipper Jones back in at third today. Omar Infante, Martin Prado, the combination in the middle. Casey Kochman at first, and there is Ross. That's how the Braves line up defensively. Chipper Jones, switch hitting third baseman. Member of Team USA in the World Baseball Classic. A guy who has helped the Braves, as we showed you a little earlier. Games that he has played this year, the Braves are 5-1. Games that he has not played in, which has been 5 straight, they're 0-5. Morgan with his lead off first, and McLeod takes outside.
So if Niger wants to run, he's going to have to do it perfectly. Vasquez is fairly quick to the plate, not blazingly so, but he's about a 1-3, 1-2-5, which is not too bad. And Ross throws extremely well. He's a great catch and throw guy. Not going to be tough. Or not going to be easy. It's going to be tough.
Javier Vasquez last year with the Chicago White Sox. And there's the combatants there. David Ross. Pretty good arm. Good defensive catcher.
Good time to run. Change up.
It's outside 3-0. Green light here.
3-0. Yeah, I would think so. Possibly your best hitter on the team at the plate as far as overall best hitter. Combination of being able to drive the ball.
Takes high ball 4 and 2 men are on for Ryan Doman.
Another thing about Nate too is some guys you give 3-0, it's almost like you put the hit sign on. They feel they have to swing. Nate's not going to be like that. He's going to be very disciplined. He's going to look for a certain pitch thrill. If he doesn't get it, he doesn't care. He's not going to swing.
Ryan Doman had himself a day yesterday. Of course, if you watch the game, you knew it was Ryan Doman bobblehead all day, and he did not disappoint the fans who came in here to get his likeness. So he turned out a 3-for-4 performance with 3 doubles. Switch hitter batting left against Vasquez. Runners at first and second, 1 out. And he takes a strike.
Well, he went from a 1-3 to a 1-7. That's the difference now that the runner's at second base instead of first.
You're talking about delivery.
Delivery, yes. I'm talking about Vasquez, and basically his leg kick.
Doman takes strike 2. 0-2 to Ryan Doman. Runners in scoring position, 5 out of 15. The home run was a grand slam in Cincinnati. The 0-2 to Doman. Came right after him, and they're at 2 down. Pretty good looking pitch here by Vasquez.
Hitting fastball upstairs. Ross tapping the ground. I don't know if that was a fastball. It had a funny spin to it. But Ross was tapping the ground like he wanted it to bounce, whatever it was.
So now Adam LaRoche.
Backup slider, maybe.
Maybe that's what it was.
Maybe.
LaRoche 0 for 7 in the series. Former Brave.
Definitely a fastball there. He popped that one good, too. Got that one up over 90.
3 homers on the year. He's had a good start.
Hey, this would be the ideal time to run. Neither guy is being held on at all. It's 2 fastest guys on the team out there. Go ahead and steal. Getting to third isn't a big deal, but now you got McLeod to second base, 2 guys in scoring position instead of 1. This should be automatic to run here.
And the Braves aren't expecting the Pirates to run, but almost inviting them right now.
Yeah, it should be automatic. He's 1-7 to the plate, slow as a snail, with a runner at second base. There's no reason in the world not to run. Both guys could run standing up.
3 out of 4 for Nigel Morgan, who comes off second base.
With 2 outs, infielders very seldom ever hold on a guy at second, because they don't care if that guy steals third with 2 outs. But with a guy at first base, it is something that you should care about, because not only is the guy going to steal third, McLeod will easily get into second, and now a base hit
get you 2
runs. Take off, boys.
2 balls, 2 strikes. And LaRoche trying to make contact here. Breaking ball outside, 3-2. Well, you're going to get your wish now on 3-2. They're going to take off.
But both infielders are back on the grass. Which is all you always see that with 2 outs.
Right. Brandon Moss looking for an opportunity. Vasquez set. Here comes the payoff pitch from the Brave right-hander. Runners go, and LaRoche rolls a slow one to Chipper Jones, who will throw out LaRoche and end the inning. So the Bucks strand 2, and after an inning, 3-0 Braves. Number 2, time to check out today's Geico quote book. Today's quote comes from Adam LaRoche talking about the Pirates pitching. No question it's about pitching. I don't know of a team since I've been playing this game that's been successful without really good pitching. Ian Snell yesterday, 7+ scoreless innings. Joe Kerrigan has been doing some different things with the pitching staff this year. Paul Maholm had another outstanding outing.
I don't know of a team without good pitching has been successful since Abner invented the game.
Maybe so.
I mean, it's the foundation that every good team is built on.
Zach Duke delivering to Jordan Schaefer, center fielder, hitting .225. Schaefer has an 0 for this series. 2-0.
That had to make you feel good yesterday watching that Yankee game after ours.
It was a nail biter. Base hit to center field. Schaefer is now 1 for 7 in the series.
I kept thinking after the game they gave up a run for every $10 million in salary.
Yes, I've been telling you they're the most expensive third-place team in baseball.
Everybody in baseball just loves to see that.
You still have to pitch, catch, and hit. Doesn't matter how many trips you take to the bank. You still have to do all the fundamental things in baseball to win. Speaking of fundamentals, Vasquez bunts this one, but it's foul.
What made me think about it is when we were talking about pitching, and I mean, it's true for the Yankees. It doesn't matter how much money they have spent. They will only win if their pitching staff pitches well for them. If they don't get the pitching, doesn't matter.
Yeah, losing again today. What's Chin Meng Wong's ERA now? Like 64?
I'm sure
34? Closer.
It's up there.
34. I predict it'll go down some.
Yeah, safe bet.
1 ball and 1 strike to Vasquez. Pirates looking to protect against the sacrifice here. Schaefer, the leadoff single at first base. And the left-hander Duke ready to throw. Bunt right at Duke. They're going to go try to get the lead man, and Duke airmails it into center field. You could hear the call right away. I believe it came from Ryan Domit saying 2-2-2. So Duke picked up the ball, wheeled, and threw it high. So an error on Duke puts runners in first and second.
I think what we're going to see, watch Duke's feet. Watch his footing. He comes in, plants. He slipped a little bit with that left foot as he's picking that ball up, and I think that is what got him all messed up. Watch his plant foot. That plant foot went out on him just a little bit. The ball sailed.
Well, he won't get hit with an error. It'll be scored a sacrifice and a fielder's choice. So Vasquez at first base, Schaefer at second. And Omar Infante shows bunt, takes a strike.
Another result of getting down 3 runs early. You have to take a little bit of chance, try and get that lead runner. And no score ball game. If you got an iffy shot at second base, you say the heck with it and you go and take the out at first. But down by 3, you don't want this game getting away from you. So you have to start taking a few gambles on defense.
Infante punts this one in the air. Domit's got it for the out. So 1 man is out, and here's Vasquez getting this one down, and watch Duke field it.
Watch that left foot as he plants there. It slipped about 4 inches. And from that point on, the whole play was messed up. He should have went ahead and just gone to first. And here you see the last one. Nice little pop-up. Beautiful thing. Free out.
And now with a forced play on in the infield, a chance to get out of the inning if they can induce a ground ball somewhere playable by Martin Prado. Doubled in the first. Then had that base running gaff at second base, erased himself. Takes a strike.
You hit that ground ball off the backhand glove. I don't know if we get a chance during this at bat. Look where our middle infielders are with 1 out as compared to where their middle infielders were with 2 outs when we were talking about running before.
Prado ground ball to short. Wilson to Sanchez for one. Double play. And Duke gets out of the inning. Zach Duke trailing the Braves 3-0. Braves with the lead. Enjoy the Pirates all season from anywhere with MLB.com mobile services. Get text updates, watch videos, and even listen to games live right from your mobile phone. Discover all the products available for your phone by texting SHOP to 65246. Standard message fees applied. Products are available from select carriers on select handsets. With Bob Watt, Tim Neverett here at PNC Park. Jack Wilson will expect to come to the plate this inning, but looking at his hand after making that play to start the double play, get that bruised left middle finger, seems like he's in a little bit of discomfort. Brandon Moss leads off against Javier Vasquez, takes strike one. Moss at 267. The 0-1 is pop foul and out of play. 0-2 now to Brandon Moss. Back of the lineup in right field today. Left-handed hitter against the right-hander Vasquez. Craig Monroe yesterday playing right field, hitting the 2 home runs, a 6 RBI game. He's a right-handed hitter. Moss chokes up a little bit and slaps this one foul. There is Craig Monroe. He had quite a day yesterday.
Yeah, he keeps, playing the way he has. Really easy play at first.
Kochman handles it, and there is one out. Well, Craig Monroe.
We're going to see him
was
in that lineup more and more.
How can you not?
I know.
He hits the ball like this.
He did it in spring training. He gets out there yesterday afternoon. That was one. This is not a replay. Both home runs hit within a foot of each other.
And there he is, coming out for the curtain call. Always great to see the ball players come out, tip their caps in appreciation to the fans.
What a great game that was. Had the phenomenal weather. Had a little pitcher's duel for the first 5 innings. And then the offense just exploded. Put the game away easy. And he ended up getting a shutout.
Andy LaRoche part of that. He had 3 hits yesterday, including a pair of doubles, starting to break out of it after a very early season slump. 4 out of 6 in the series, a pair of runs batted in. No balls and 2 strikes. Vasquez delivers. Check swing, foul ball. Well, there's been a lot made of Steve Blass recently, and of course he was working the telecast yesterday, celebrating his birthday with the parrot. Very nice.
It was a beautiful day.
And some of that frosting was still on your microphone.
Yes, it was.
You're using the same one, aren't you? Andy LaRoche down on strikes, 2 down.
There's Steve off to the right there. And that Blast 50, if you weren't with us opening day, that's in recognition of Steve's 50 years with the organization. There's Steve with the headset and the hat on.
Jack Wilson coming to the plate.
I still don't understand why he told me he was 63, though.
Popped up. Kochman's going to give it a look. 0-1. Check the reaction from Jack Wilson here to see if there's any. Yeah, he seems to be in.
Seems to be in pain, doesn't he?
And see, look what he's trying on his bat today. He's got this extra pad where that left middle finger would wrap around. He's trying to add a little bit more cushion.
It must not have helped. Obviously, the way he was hopping around was in a lot of pain.
No worse for the wear. 1-1 pitch, and he's going to try for 2. The throw to second base is in time to get him. Wilson doesn't like the call. With 2 outs, he tried to stretch a single into a double. And Jack Wilson is called out by Bill Hahn to end the inning. So Jack Wilson trying to hustle his way into scoring position, but he just comes up short.
We're gonna make your day. And by Levin Furniture, home of the luxury Stearns and Foster mattress.
Well, Zach Duke facing the Braves in the top of the 3rd inning, 3-0 Atlanta. Chipper Jones will start things off. Takes low for a ball. Jones reached on a fielder's choice and scored in the 1st inning. Missed the first 2 games of this series. He's had a bruised thumb. It's like the bruised finger we were talking about with Jack Wilson. Chipper Jones shoots one into right for a base hit. Another leadoff single. That's the 2nd time this game. Braves have had the leadoff guy aboard.
If he was batting left-handed, that one would have hurt.
We look at our stat update in our Fox Box, brought to you by Firestone. Most career home runs by switch hitters. Mantle, Eddie Murray, and Chipper Jones with 409. Might get you to Cooperstown. Garrett Anderson. 1 ball, no strikes. Anderson doubled and scored in the first. So Zach Duke looking for a little bit of that opening day magic.
Needs a little bit of luck out here. That first inning, he was a little snake bit with the doubles. Little nothing base hits. Off the end of the bat things.
1-1 pitch, and Anderson hammers this one.
Hook, baby, hook.
Deep to right field, and it is foul. Wow.
That one would have been wet if it hadn't hit the Bar Charity sign. That one was headed for the river. Take me to the river.
Oh. Would that have made it in the air, you think?
No. Didn't have the height to get there in the air. But
hits this one fairly well toward the line. The run by Moss. He makes the catch. So 1 away for the Braves in the third. Take a look at our Barrel Automotive League leaders. Pirates leading the major leagues in earned run average, 2.63, followed by Seattle, KC, Marlins, and Dodgers.
All those teams off to pretty good starts.
Especially the Marlins.
Yeah, I mean, how important is pitching? Look what the places all those teams are in.
Swing and a fly ball down the right field line. That'll hook foul into the seats.
Dodgers are in first. We're in second. Fisher in first. Seattle's in first. Kansas City's in first.
That's what pitching will do. Oh, 1 pitch to Jeff Francoeur. 91 miles an hour inside, 1-1.
Baseball's no different than any other sport. The other sports, you build a great defense, keep the other team off the scoreboard. And defense in baseball is good starting pitching.
Adam LaRoche will take it in foul ground. So ball and 2 strikes.
Pitching coach, kind of like the defensive coordinator.
And, yeah, that's what you'd say. And hitting coach like the offensive coordinator. Don Long in that role. And Jeff Francoeur, who has hit Zach Duke very well over his career, has a 2-strike pitch fouled back to the screen. A ball and 2 strikes. Francoeur an RBI single last time up.
Duke has really pitched inside very well this season. It's been one of the reasons he's off to such a great start. There's a perfect example. Right-hand hitter up there. He throws that 4-seamer and gets it in there, buries it on his hands.
1 out in the 1-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Francoeur this year against left-handers hitting over 400, 9 for 21.
Duke now already thrown over 50 pitches. Looks like the bullpen's going to have to play a fairly significant part in this one.
To center field. And McLeod records the 2nd out of the inning. Francoeur is down. Casey Kochman will be the hitter. Chipper Jones back to first. 3-0 Braves. They got 3 in the top of the first. And so far, since then, Zach Duke has been able to keep things in control. Casey Kochman. Strike called. Again, pitching inside, Bob.
It's obviously something that Zach has to do. especially the right-hand hitters. He has to open up that outside part of the plate for his sinker and his changeup.
This one's into shallow left center field, and it's going to drop in front of Nyjer Morgan. Throw back to second base, and Sanchez gets Chipper Jones. Jones, a base running error, and an outfield assist from Nyjer Morgan. So Zach Duke gets out of the inning again. A little help from his friends, Nyjer Morgan and Freddie Sanchez. 3-0 Braves. Bargain for today. Zach Duke will lead off against Javier Vasquez to start the bottom of the third inning. 3-0 Braves. Duke hitting .500 this year. He's 2 for 4.
One of the things Jack wasn't thinking about when he tried to stretch that single into a double, making that last out with the pitcher on the on-deck circle. And now Duke leads off this inning.
The pitcher, and then Nyjer Morgan and Freddie Sanchez, and Duke takes a strike.
We are seeing some odd decisions. With Chipper Jones, there was 2 outs. Where was he going? You know, rounding second base by 10 miles and getting picked off. That's just like making the last out at third in my book.
And the play's right in front of you. It's in left field.
Yeah, it's a cloudy day, and we're seeing some cloudy base running.
Again, if you're a runner at first base, I mean, you're seeing this ball the whole way. There's no reason
with 2 outs, you take no gambles to get to third. Absolutely no gambles. With 1 out, maybe. So why take that big turn? There was no reason for that.
Nyjer Morgan looks to bunt, pulls the bat back, and takes a strike.
Oh, it's just something about the cloudy day, I think. It's got everybody making some odd decisions.
Yeah. Morgan singled in the first. He's 1 for 1. Lifts this one into shallow center. Coming on is Schaefer, and going out is Infante, and Infante makes the catch. Time to check out our day automotive. This day in Pirates baseball history, April 19, 2002. The Mariners' Jeff Cirillo ties the Rock, John Wehner's major league record of 99 consecutive games without an error at third base.
Well, I think Wehner's is a little more impressive. Wehner had way more range than Cirillo had, so he got the balls that Cirillo would never even think about getting to, so it makes a big difference. And plus, I imagine Cirillo got on kind of a roll, good fielding, you know. It took Rock 8 years to get that 99 games in.
And a lot of plane trips. They weren't counting his AAA games, were they?
No, Rock could definitely pick it at third. There's no question of that.
0-2 to Freddie Sanchez.
Actually, Rock could play some defense no matter where you put him. You know, later on in his career, I mean, he played everywhere. And was an upgrade at just about every position you put him at over who was there to begin with.
Sanchez got to turn first. He'll head for second. Stumbles a bit, but he'll be in with his 10th extra base hit of the season.
Blew a tire going around first. It's a cloudy day. It's this gapper. It really has got it easy. Looking at the base and whoop, right there, it almost went down.
Well, the dirt monster reached up and almost tripped him.
Well, let's get a 2-out RBI here, huh? Come on, Nate.
Well, McLeod walked his last time up, and Nate, with 3 doubles of his own this year, awaits the offering from Vasquez. Breaking ball outside. Well, Sanchez now takes the National League lead ahead of the Cardinals' Chris Duncan and Kosuke Fukudome of the Chicago Cubs.
The year Freddie won that batting title, he had well over 50 doubles. So that's another sign that that swing is back. Or basically, it's not so much the swing, it's the health. Freddie just was not healthy last year.
Well, he's got 7 doubles right now on the 19th of April. You have to figure on that pace, he should be right around that 50 mark, maybe better. 2-1 to McLeod. 2 down. Sanchez at second base. Ryan Domit waiting for a chance. Nate McLeod over his last 8 games is hitting .370, 10 for 27. Stretch and the 2-1. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two balls and 2 strikes down to McLeod. Trying to get Freddie Sanchez around. Veteran Vasquez ready on the hill. The pitch, and it's 3-2. Well, you got a guy like Vasquez. He's out of Ponce in Puerto Rico. 12 years in the big league, 16 years as a pro. He's the only active pitcher to have 10 wins, 30 starts, and 150 strikeouts in each of the last 9 seasons. 3-2. Do it again.
Well, the Braves have really remade their starting rotation. That's why there's so much hope in Atlanta right now that they can get back to where they traditionally are. Their run in that division is just something that may never be done again. But they would like to get back to the top. And the division looks like it's up for grabs. Fish are out in front now, but Philly, the defending world champions, are showing they are definitely human.
Nate McLeod gets one up on the club level.
You know, the Mets are going to be good, but probably not great.
Derek Lowe.
There's one of the big additions.
Played with Boston and the Dodgers.
They should get a lot of innings out of that starting rotation for sure.
Working on his curveball.
He's got the
change up grip.
Do I see some raindrops? Oh no.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down. The pitch. Half swing, and it's enough, and McLeod strikes out. 3 innings in the books for Nate McLeod from the Pirates. They trail the Braves 3-0. Cubs out hitting the Pirates today as we look at the incline. Aflac trivia question today. Who was the last Pirate to win his first 3 starts of the season? Last Pirate to win the first 3 starts of a season. We'll give you the answer in the bottom of inning number 4. Zach Duke has started out 2-0. He's going to need some help from the bats if he is going to get a chance to win his first 3 of the season. Paul Maholm has won 2 but received a no decision in the opener. Here's David Ross. Catcher struck out first time up. Pitches a ball, 1-0.
Trying to think the answer to that. You know, I might go with Neil Heaton.
I would say that you are incorrect.
Oh, you know the answer.
I do. David Ross fouls this one away. 1 ball and 1 strike. Rain coming down just a little bit. One pitch is hit in the gap to right center field, and that one's going to get down and roll to the wall. Ross around first and heading for second. And a double for Ross, and it's the 3rd straight inning the Braves have had the leadoff man aboard.
Which means as a starting pitcher or whoever you are out there, especially when it's a double, now you're going to have to work a little bit to get out of this inning. And that's happened to Duke. His number is 57, and that's how many pitches he's thrown through 3 innings.
I asked him about his number the other day on Jackie Robinson Day, where everybody was wearing 42. I said, is there anything about number 57 that's significant, why you wear it? He goes, nope, that's just what they gave me when I got here. Here's a bunt up the right side. Good looking 1-2. Freddie Sanchez tried to scoop it to Adam LaRoche. And credit Schaefer with perfect location on the bunt base hit. Runners at the corners and nobody out.
Well, that 57 was won by worn by another very good left-hander, John Smiley. So I like to see him having the 57. Here you see a good effort by Freddie, but didn't quite get it there in time. You know, I can remember John telling me one time, I asked him, are you going to try to get a lower number? And no, this is what they gave me. I'm keeping it. But it's almost the exact same answer.
So the pitcher Vasquez will try to bunt at least 1 man over, trying to get Schaefer over to second base, and Duke trying to keep him close. Yesterday and the day before, we saw Brian McCann behind the plate for the Braves. David Ross is in there today, and a story today about McCann is having some vision problems. He's had blurred vision in his left eye recently, and tomorrow he's going to Washington, D.C. to see an eye specialist to see why he's getting blurred vision in his left eye. Now, he underwent LASIK surgery after the 2007 season. He may need to go and have LASIK surgery again, and if that occurs, he'd be out for at least a week. On his fair for Vasquez. LaRoche will tag him himself, and now 2 men in scoring position as Schaefer has successfully moved over to second base. So Brian McCann off today and going to get his eyes checked tomorrow. And I had LASIK last summer and was actually working the next day, driving a car the next day. It really is nothing to recover from. But as a baseball player, you will have blurred vision. You won't have perfect vision for about a week or 2. So he's going to experience that again, apparently.
Well, he doesn't have perfect vision now when he's playing, so might take the week off.
Yeah. Infield in, and Omar Infante hits this one foul. And the rain coming down a little bit more now.
Well, he's an important part of their offense. He one of the best hitting catchers in baseball right now. They can't afford to have him out of that lineup too long.
Well, they try to. What he's been using has been a corrective lens, a contact lens in the left eye, just to kind of even it out with his right eye. And A strike called there to Infante 0-2. And as somebody who wore glasses for a long time, the LASIK is a modern miracle. I've had great success with it. A lot of people I know have, and I know McCann probably wants to get rid of that contact lens. Can understand. 0-2 pitch. Popped up, and this one is playable foul ground for Adam LaRoche. Drifts back into fair territory, and there are now 2 away.
I was about to say the Duke really needed a strikeout when he got ahead 0-2. But that'll work too. Little pop fly.
Martin Prado doubled and then hit into a 6-4-3 inning-ending double play in the second inning. Second and third, 2 outs for the Braves. Top of the 4th inning. Kind of a drizzly day now in downtown Pittsburgh.
This might be the beginning of a couple of days of wet weather. This is the opening scene right here.
Is that your new wardrobe? Part of it?
That's only on the road.
Yeah, I saw what you wear in Cincinnati, except it was green and it said Hefty on it. There you go.
You got to keep that drizzle off. Can't let the hair get wet.
So now those are clear. Martin Prado, 2 balls and 1 strike.
I was wondering before the game what clear looked like. Now I don't know.
It's clear to you now.
Yeah.
Chipper Jones has reached base safely twice. 2-1. Prado in the air to left. A long run for Morgan. This ball is going to be gone.
Oh, man.
A 3-run home run for Martin Prado, and it is 6-0 Braves. Prado's first home run of the year. It just kept on carrying and carrying.
Well, we've seen Niger come up with miracle catches in his short time in the big leagues. I was hoping he would have one there. He was playing very shallow. Prado didn't have much pop in his bat. So when he hits it to the deepest part and he hit it high, I'm thinking Niger might run it down. He might get there. But just comes up too short, right in the very first row.
And Jones' first ball swinging. Going for the bullpen, and Nate McLeod tracks it down, but the damage has been done. Martin Prado, his first home run of 2009, gives the Braves a take the place of Garrett Anderson. So Diaz straight change with Anderson in the bottom of the 4th inning. 6-0. The Braves on top. The big blow, Martin Prado's 3-run home run. Ryan Doman struck out last time up. 0-1 to Ryan Doman. Javier Vasquez has done a fairly good job so far against the Pirates' bats, limiting them to only 3 hits.
Well, last year this was a common position to be in, down by a bunch early, and Pirates did a good job of fighting back and making a game of it, and even snatching a few of those away late. And that'll be the game plan this afternoon.
Zach Duke contemplating the next inning. Prado throws out Ryan Doman. Well, top of the inning, we asked you our Aflac trivia question. And the question was, who was the last Pirate to win his first 3 starts of a season? It wasn't all that long ago. Bob, your guess was?
Well, I was going a ways back. I was going with Neil Heaton. Jeff Suppan.
Jeff Suppan, yeah. 2003.
Didn't think of it. I was trying to think of all-star pitchers. Somebody got off to a fast start. And I remember Heaton got off to a real quick start. Went to the All-Star game in Chicago, Wrigley Field, I believe.
0-2 to Adam LaRoche. Vasquez has his sign from Ross. That's away.
Suppan was a member of a club that had a lot of veteran guys that we had acquired through the offseason, free agency. The last one being Kenny Lofton. He was signed right there in the middle of spring training. And normally you get a bunch of guys like that together, and if 1 or 2 of them does well, you feel lucky. But the Pirates got real lucky with all those guys. Lofton played well. Suppan had a good run with us. Matt Stairs played well. Reggie Sanders hit a lot of home runs for us that year.
Adam LaRoche with 3 home runs this year. The jersey of Sid the Kid will be back in action. Ends up 2-0 on the Flyers. And Adam strikes out.
Vasquez, the best fastball I've seen him throw.
Well, Adam trying to get on this baseball, just missed it.
Vasquez uses a good control to do great work. That was just a kind of a power job right down the middle, about belt high, right by him.
2 out for Brandon Moss.
And again, 92. Of course, with 6-run lead, Vasquez, who normally, is aggressive and likes to throw a lot of strikes, heck, nothing to lose now by just pounding the strike zone.
Does it again for strike 2.
Yeah, I'll be surprised if he just doesn't jump out in front of just about everybody the rest of this game. You like to take a strike when you get down by a bunch, but some pitchers, they're going to make you pay for it. Vasquez is one of those type guys.
Came right after him, and Moss fouls it away. Well, talking about strikeouts, in 2003, Javier Vasquez had 241 strikeouts in the season, a career high for him.
That's a big number.
Played 6 years with the Expos, 1 with the Yankees, 1 with the Diamondbacks, and 3 with the White Sox. Now with the Braves for the first time.
So the Expos up there with Pedro Martinez.
They had a very good staff
at the same time. That was a tough 1-2.
And after that 2003 season where he posted those career highs, he ended up going to the Yankees, and in his 1 year there was an American League All-Star. Moss fights him off again. That's why you bring your glove. Keep telling you that. Two outs and an 0-2 count to Brandon Moss. Bounced that one at the plate, 1-2. I think the rain has let up a little.
A little bit. It's still just a real light drizzle right now.
I guess you don't need your hood anymore. It's kind of light. You take the jacket off now, ladies.
It's another reason why Vasquez really wants to pound that strike zone. He wants to get this game beyond that fifth inning quick as he can.
1-2 off speed, and he got him.
Big hook.
Well, Moss strikes out. Pirates trying to catch a break. The Pirates host the Florida Marlins at PNC Park this upcoming Monday through Wednesday. Don't miss Nate McLouth, Ryan Domit, Paul Maholm, and the rest of the Bucks as they close out the first homestand of 2009. To order your tickets, visit Pirates.com or call 1-800-BUY-BUCKS. Zach Duke and the Pirates trailing 6-0, top of the fifth inning. Matt Diaz hitting for Garrett Anderson, who left the game due to some tightness in his left quad. So as a precautionary measure, he has come out of the game, and Diaz has come in, and he ropes one to right for a single.
Another leadoff hitter getting on.
4 in a row against Zach Duke. Tomorrow, Ross Ohlendorf will get the start against Andrew Miller. Then Anibal Sanchez and Jeff Karstens on Tuesday. Ricky Nolasco, Paul Maholm. The pitching matchup for the Wednesday afternoon business person special. 6:30 tomorrow, our coverage on FSN and HD. Ground ball right back to Duke. He goes to Sanchez, gets one there and another one at first base, and Frank Gore has hit into a double play. Base is empty, 2 out.
That's what the Pirates needed. Listen. That was the voice of Brian Domit. You heard him yelling 2-2-2. Didn't want Duke to forget that that's where he needed to go with the ball. I know that was kind of stating the obvious, but if you don't, it gets messed up sometimes. And we've seen some stuff get messed up this afternoon.
A couple of things here and there. And a swing by Kochman. Lifts it to shallow right. Freddie Sanchez makes the catch at a quick inning for Zach Duke, Freddie Sanchez, and the Pirates. 6-0 lead heading to the bottom of inning number 5. The opening round of the NHL playoffs continues Tuesday on FSN. It's the Penguins and the Flyers. Game 4 from Philadelphia. Tuesday night at 7. The Penguins lead the series 2-0 going into their game later today in Philadelphia. Our coverage begins at 6:30 with the Savard on Sports Beat pregame show here on FSN. Pens fan telling us either to wait a minute or they're number 1. I think it's the latter rather than the former. No balls and 2 strikes. Andy LaRoche quickly in the hole against Javier Vasquez.
Cam, I think Dressel finally stopped.
That's good. Way your cotton candy won't get soaked and melted.
We're just 3 outs from this becoming an official game. No matter what the Clouds decide to do.
Andy LaRoche fouls this one away. Andy had 3 hits yesterday. His best game offensively as a Pirate. Struggled when he came over last season after the trade late in the year. Final 2 months, he couldn't quite put it together the way he wanted to. Worked extremely hard in the offseason. Changed some things, both physically and mentally, and how he approached his at-bats. Rolls this one to the left side. Barehanded by Infante, and he throws him out. That's quite a play by Omar Infante. Who needs a glove?
I don't know if he needed to go bare hand on this play, but he did. I think he could have played that kind of conventionally. Actually, he had time to even move over and get in front of that.
Jack Wilson takes a strike. Wilson had a base hit, tried to stretch it into a double, thrown out. So 1 for 1 for Jack Wilson. Ball and a strike now to Jack. Well, if you want to make the highlight reels, don't use your glove.
That's right.
Use your bare hand. You get a much better chance to make the highlight reels at night if you use your bare hand. Wilson puts this one to right center. With Francoeur underneath it for out number 2.
There's another thing too, because if you mess it up, it goes as a hit instead of an error.
And you're going to make it either way.
You play that normal, you get around in front of it, play it with a glove, you mess it up, it's an error. You go barehanded, you mess it up, it goes as a base hit. You don't get charged with an error.
Zach Duke struck out his first time up. Omar Infante, the shortstop. Yunel Escobar out with an abdominal strain, suffered that in the final game of the Florida series. So he has not played in Pittsburgh at all. Chipper Jones missed the first 2 games of this series. He's got a thumb bruise. Seems no worse for the wear today. He's 1 for 3. Matt Diaz out there in left field now as Garrett Anderson has come up sore with a tight left quad muscle. 0-2 pitch. Zach got a piece of it. Count remains 0-2. Now, see, he's like Omar Infante. He didn't use his glove.
No, that was a fine. Well, he didn't have a glove to use.
Oh, but he
gives it to someone that did have a glove.
That's right.
That's a class move. I like it. Got a ball and a webkin.
Casey Kochman retires Zach Duke. 3 up and 3 down for the Pirates. Who needs a glove? 6-0 Braves. Well, nothing like watching potatoes and cheese run around the field. The pierogi race.
I don't understand how Saul can still run that fast and look over his shoulder like that. I thought that that was kind of bad form, taking something away from his speed, but he just had the field covered.
I think moving your arms in that circular motion like Saul did might have got him an extra foot or two.
Yeah, that does done it. Add to your momentum.
With Bob Walk, Jim Neverett here at PNC Park. Top of the 6th inning, 6-0 Braves, and Zach Duke on to face the catcher, David Ross. Center fielder Jordan Schaefer and the pitcher Javier Vasquez, and a strike is called as Duke comes in at 88 miles an hour. Ross doubled and scored his last time up. Struck out in the first inning. He's 1 for 2. Lifts this one foul and out of play on the right side. And for Ross, depending on what happens with the exam tomorrow of starting catcher Brian McCann of his left eye, have that done in Washington, Ross could play considerably more if it is determined that McCann needs to go and have a second LASIK procedure done. That'll put him down for about a week.
Well, Ross is a very capable backup. He's about as good a defensive catcher as anybody.
Strikes out there, fouling it into the glove of Ryan Domet. Second time Ross has gone down on strikes.
And he won't fill in on the offense. Although he will put a charge in one every now and then. We've seen that, especially when he was with Cincinnati. But consistently, he's not going to be the consistent type hitter that they have in McCann, and that's going to hurt him if he's got to be out for a while.
Schaefer came into the game today 0 for 6 in the series. He's 2 for 2, including a beautiful bunt single in the 4th inning. Came around to score on the 3-run home run by Martin Prado. Left-hander with pretty good wheels. The pitch right down off the glove of LaRoche, and that's going to be a base hit. And Schaefer is 3 for 3.
And one of the advantages you have when you have speed like that, you bring the third baseman on top of you. He's got to take away the bunt. Look where Andy is. Now not much time to make any kind of a reaction. He's got time to, maybe, what do you think, reach about 4 feet and just barely knock it down. Saved a double.
So now LaRoche comes way in at third base, where the pitcher Vasquez with 1 out. Expect Vasquez to bunt. Duke deals, and Vasquez puts it right down in front of the mound. They'll take the easy out at first base with Sanchez covering. And down to second with 2 down is Jordan Schaefer. 2009 Pirates baseball on FSN Pittsburgh is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines has low fares with no hidden fees. Book now on southwest.com, where what you see is what you pay. Here is the shortstop, Omar Infante. Omar is 0 for 3. And you thought he should have made that play with the glove last inning.
Yeah, I thought I made that. Yeah, I think he just misjudged
just reconfirming
the speed. On somebody that runs real well, probably a bare hand play, but with Andy, here it is again. Andy is not real fleet of foot, so yeah, right there, he's got all day to field that with the glove. He could have gotten in front of it. He could have fielded the backhand. He could have done anything. He took a chance barehanding it. Made it work. Maybe Andy will return the favor here.
Zach Duke getting ready to deliver the 1-1 pitch to Omar Infante. With 2 outs, Schaefer at second. 1 ball goes to 2 ball count. 2-1. The rain a little bit more. Just a little bit drizzly here today at the ballpark. We had a couple of Chamber of Commerce type days and nights in a row. Florida in tomorrow night. First of 3 with the Marlins. Marlins start the season 10-1. 2-1 pitch, pounded foul, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Andrew Miller, left-hander, will have the ball for the Marlins. Ross Ohlendorf gets another start. Steve Blass will be back up here in the booth. No cake tomorrow for Blass, though. It's not Steve Blass Day. It's not Steve Blass' birthday.
Oh, he'll think of something.
It's just Monday.
He'll think of something. He'll have some kind of a celebration.
Count goes full on Infante. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Martin Prado hit a 3-run homer to make it 6-0. 3-2, 2 down. And Omar Infante waits at the plate for the Zach Duke offering. Here it is. To right field and fairly deep. Moss has room right in front of the track, makes the catch to win the inning. No runs, a hit, a runner left on base. 6-0 Braves. Martin Prado has a 3-run home run. It's the Coors Light 6th inning. Let's take a look at the Coors Light freeze cam. And when Prado was up in the 4th inning, look at how he squares up this baseball.
That's what they mean when they say hitting it on the big part of the bat. He got that one and took it out of the deep part over the 410 sign in left center.
Coors Light freeze cam brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Niger Morgan leads off for the Pirates in the bottom of the 6th. Pirates looking for a run. Morgan 1 for 2. Singled in the bottom of the 1st and then popped out to the shortstop Infante in the 3rd. Freddie Sanchez on deck. Nate McLouth also due to hit this inning against Javier Vasquez. And Niger fouls this one away. 1-2 to Morgan. Over his last 8 games, hitting .355, 11 out of 31.
He's doing what we hoped he would as a leadoff hitter, getting on base, and here he is again.
His 6th multi-hit game of the season. He's 2 for 3 now. So leadoff man aboard, and the Pirates trying to get a little something going in the 6th.
Not trying to do a whole lot with this ball. It's like playing a game of pepper. Just flicked it in the center field.
See the raindrops on the visor. Slight rain at PNC right now. That's it. And Sanchez takes strike one. Freddie doubled in the sixth. Beg your pardon, doubled in the third. Struck out in the first. Now hitting in the sixth.
Take back-to-back doubles. Freddie and McLeod. Maybe a walk and a home run.
Hansen loosening up. Right-hander. The 0-1 pitch to Sanchez. 1-1. Andrew Morgan looking across the diamond. Staring at third base coach Tony Beasley. Might get a sign. Niger 3 out of 4 in stolen base attempts. Pitch on the way, and Sanchez hits this one into left field. That's a single. And another base hit for Freddie.
You're going to have somebody get a big strike, you would think, down 6 runs, second half of the game. Now you get a couple of guys on. We have to have an extra base hit, and hopefully somebody can get one over a fence so we can put a crooked number up.
Morgan into second base safely. He's there. Sanchez at first. And the batter now, Nate McLeod. Walked in the first, struck out in the third. He does have a home run in this series. Vasquez deals. And McLeod takes low for a ball. Nate has steadily improved his average since the start of the year. He had a rough couple of games in St. Louis to get things going on the road, and once you get to Cincinnati, things are all right, and he's had a good homestand. Now up to 262. One and one to Nate McLeod. Ryan Doman on deck. Ryan got his first hit right-handed yesterday. It was a double. Of course, all of his hits were doubles yesterday. 1 ball, 1 strike pitch, and McLeod rips this one down to Kochman at first.
Man, good base running by the Pirates. Boy, you don't want to get doubled off 6 runs down. Don't ever want to get doubled off, but everybody froze on the line drive and then got back. Southwest Field cam will show you the freeze. Of course, Freddie had the freeze. He almost got picked off with that line drive.
Yeah, it was either that or he'd take it off the helmet. Now Domet trying to drive him in. Good speed at second, and Morgan breaking ball, and Ross popped up as though he was going to throw down, but neither middle infielder, Infante or Prado, made a break towards second to cover. One ball, no strikes. 1-1.
I remember early in the game I was talking about the middle infield of the Braves with 2 outs here, playing back on the grass with runners at first and second. Now with 1 out, they're in to where you can't really take too many liberties off second base. Even though they're not dogging you, they're still a lot closer to the bag.
It'll be up to Ross to try to keep them close by.
They're in their double play area.
Well, Flaherty and Moylan. Double barrel action for Bobby Cox's Braves.
You see those middle infielders are much closer to the bag than they would with 2 outs. With 2 outs, they're back on the grass. All they're doing is guarding against a ground ball base hit, trying to give themselves as much range as possible.
Well, we were talking about David Ross earlier, catcher in 2005. He had 40 games with the Pirates at 222. Been with the Dodgers, Padres, Cincinnati, and Boston. And Perdomo hits this one into shallow center. Schaefer with a long run makes the grab. He covered that ground in a hurry.
The ball really hung up, came off the end of the bat, so it's not very deep. Vasquez trying to help out. He's not really helping out because nobody's going to look at the pitcher to get help in that situation. Center fielder isn't going to look in and say, you know, where is it? But Vasquez is this, you know, you have a tendency to yell things and do things out on the mound, even though nobody can hear you. And he was saying, come in, come in. It's not hit hard. He didn't want to see that ball drop in shallow. It was off the end of the bat, a little flare. I mean, there'll be times you yell at balls to get foul and catch it. Sometimes I've found myself out there when an infielder goes to jump for a line drive, I kind of would jump with him a little bit.
And they would say, "Walk, what are you doing?"
But you know, when you're out there in the middle of that dime, you're into the game, and I like to see a pitcher that's thinking about other things and just throwing pitches. He's helping out. A pop fly in the infield. He's very vocal, yelling, "Who's got it? Who's got it?" When somebody says, "I do," then start yelling his name. And if somebody else is trying to get involved, physically pull him out of there. That's your job. I want a pitcher to be aggressive out there in that sort of way.
Adam LaRoche, no balls, 2 strikes. He's 0 for 9 in the series. You'd say he's due here. 2 on and 2 out. Nigel Morgan at second base. Freddie Sanchez at first. And LaRoche looking for a pitch.
Older veteran pitchers, they know how precious every out can be at times. And you don't want one to ever get away.
No. But do you find that, for example, when there's a pop-up on the infield and you point up, that the infielder's like, "Yeah, I know." You don't have to tell me.
No, I'll get right on them. If you know and you know you got it, then start saying something. I want to hear you, and then I'm going to start yelling your name.
Called strike 3 on the outside corner, and LaRoche a little bit upset. 6-0 Braves. With the 2009 Nationality Days at PNC Park. Join us for a series of Saturday nights for food, festivities, and fun on Federal Street, plus fireworks after each game. For more details or to order your Nationality Day tickets, call 1-800-BUY-BUCKS or visit pirates.com. Craig Hansen hopes to slingshot some life into the Pirates here as they trail 6-0. 12 hits given up by Zach Duke, 6 earned runs. So his ERA, when he came in today, was exceptionally low at 0.59. That'll shoot up a bit. No walks, 2 strikeouts. Here is Hansen.
Not the day that Zach wanted, I'm sure, but early on, just a lot of his rotten luck in that first inning. Got him in a hole, and that just made it tough on him the rest of the afternoon.
Craig Hansen facing Martin Prado. And Prado hits this one a foul. 0-2. Glen Cove, New York is home for Craig Hansen. Went 2-7 last year with 3 saves and 48 games between Boston and Pittsburgh. Had 32 appearances for the Red Sox and 16 for the Pirates. This one to right. Moss will handle it for the first out. 1 away in the Braves half of the 7th.
Now, when we first saw Hansen last year, he was just bringing some serious gas, throwing real hard. Velocity has backed off this season. I think it's kind of a planned deal that he backed off the throttle, so to speak, so he can throw a few more strikes.
Former starting pitcher right there, maybe?
Most likely.
Yeah.
Craig is trying to find some middle ground to where he can maximize his control without taking too much off of his stuff.
Want to know to Chipper Jones. What years do you think he pitched?
Very recently, I would think. Ouch. Did that get him?
And
yes,
Chipper Jones is going to take first base. Slowly.
Well, he's got that sore thumb. Now he's going to have a sore thigh. Although it didn't really square him up. Kind of a glancing blow.
Just a little bit.
He still felt it, though.
So Jones aboard for the 3rd time today. 1 out, 1 on for Garrett Anderson's replacement, Matt Diaz. Anderson left the game. Tightness in the leg, and there's a line shot. Great snare by Jack Wilson. And trying to double him up, he throws it away, and Chipper Jones is going to go down to second base. And it's the old "I don't want it, you take it" routine.
Yeah, somebody pick it up and hold on to it.
But a great start to the play by Jack Wilson. Watch this.
It's a great diving catch. He really read the ball off the bat very quickly so he could move that far. A wide throw picks him up in air. That's a tough error to have charged to you when you make a great play like that on the line drive.
Jeff Francoeur at the plate. Hansen stretch, now the pitch. And a foul tip off of Ryan Domet.
Take a look at that play again that Jack made. I'm going to say he got a good 2.5 steps before the dive. So he went a long way for that ball. But then it all went for nothing as Chipper moves up on the air.
Nothing and 1 the count to Francoeur. 2 outs, top of the 7th. And Hansen deals. Way inside, backed him up a bit. That's the 2nd time today we've seen Jack try to turn a good play into something extra, and it backfired on him. The first time he had a base hit, tried to stretch it for 2, was thrown out.
And sometimes You're better off just to, what is it, the bird in the hand instead of the two in the bush.
Down the line, fair ball. That's going to get Jones in. 7-0 Braves as Francoeur comes up with a 2-out run scoring double. Hansen hits Chipper Jones. He moves over on the error, and on the double he scores.
Oh, that's a good piece of hitting. And breaking ball, outside corner, down and away. Keeps it just inside the line. That's a tough double, too. That bounce came right to Moss.
Francoeur drives in the 7th run for the Braves. And Hansen to face first baseman Casey Kochman on ball and no strikes. Well, the tables have turned today. Yesterday, 10-0 in favor of the Pirates. They won 3-0 on Friday night. Outscored the Braves 13-0 over the first 2 games. And now here in game 3, the Braves with a 7-0 lead. Bucks unable to find home plate. Two and 0. Casey Kochman has already driven in a run today. An RBI single in the first inning. Reached on a single in the third, but on the play, Chipper Jones rounded second and was thrown out by Nyjer Morgan. Hansen's 2-0. It's 3-0. Be careful with him, I guess, with first base open, but at this point, I'll try to get an out, get the ball put in play. David Ross was struck out twice, waiting for another opportunity here today. He'll get one because we're in the top of the 7th.
Being down by 7 runs, it doesn't really make that big of a deal. Most likely to be pitching around somebody, but Hansen, he doesn't want to give up any more runs. If he's got to throw down the middle strike to somebody, he'd probably rather go after Ross, the right-hand hitter. Although he threw that 3-0 pitch right down Peachtree.
Three and 1. And the pitch. Outside ball 4. So the force play back on. Runners at first and second.
Came an off-speed pitch on 3-1. He wasn't worried about walking him. We had a right-hand hitter on the on-deck circle.
The 2 men are out, top of the 7th inning. Braves with the lead, and there's the guy who threw a lot of pitches, Bob. Don Sutton.
Threw him very well, too. An excellent pitcher. Was able to kind of evolve and adapt as he got older. He had a power overhand curveball and threw the ball pretty hard too, younger years, and then became more of a pitcher as he went on, got older. But growing up in Southern California, as I did, obviously I got to see a lot of Don Sutton.
With the Dodgers, 324 wins over the course of his career. Hall of Famer. Dodgers, Astros, Brewers, and Angels. Swing and a miss by Ross.
He had one of those curveballs that you're looking at a face of the clock. It broke from 12 to 6. It'd roll off the table.
One and 1 to Ross. 2 on, 2 out for the Braves, and Hansen trying to get the Pirates to the plate in the bottom of the 7th inning. Strike called. 1 and 2. Francoeur at second base, an RBI double, scoring Chipper Jones, who was hit by a pitch. Matt Diaz was retired on a brilliant diving stop by Jack Wilson. Wilson came up trying to double off Chipper Jones at first base and overthrew Adam LaRoche, which allowed Jones to move to second base into scoring position, and that's when Frank Gore hit the double. Stretch by Hansen. Now the 1-2 coming. And a nice backhanded play by Joe Kerrigan, the pitching coach. That was like Omar Infante a couple innings ago, wasn't it? He used his left hand. He moved the paper he's constantly writing on over to the right hand. Had plenty of time to make the exchange and make the catch.
Not a happy man, though.
Not right now.
13 hits, 7 runs against his pitching staff.
1-2 to Ross. This one's hit in the air pretty well to left field. Nyjer Morgan running back. This ball is going to be out of here. Another 3-run home run by the Braves as Ross connects for his first round tripper of the season. It is now 10-0 Atlanta.
Well, as I was saying earlier, the way Ross can hit, they don't need McCann. He can take 2 weeks for his eye. No, but seriously, we've seen Ross in Cincinnati hit the ball the way he has today with the extra base hit, the double up the gap, the home run now. We know he does have power. It's just not as a consistent type offense as you're going to get out of McCann. But he's having a good day today, and he is certainly capable of doing this sort of thing on occasion. But that's why you take time putting together a bench in the offseason. You know at some point that these guys are going to have to help out, play a part in things.
Jordan Schaefer's had himself a game today. 2 outs, space is empty. 0-1 pitch. 0-2 now to Schaefer. Hansen's just trying to get out of the inning. So the shoe is on the other foot. 10-0 Braves. Oh, 2 pitch on the way. And that's in the dirt. Well, regardless of the outcome of this game today, the Pirates will have won their first series of the year. They split with the Cardinals. They had a rain-shortened series in Cincinnati. Only 2 games. Houston won the series opening, or the home opening series here, and now the Pirates will have taken at least 2 out of 3. And strike 3 called on Schaefer. He goes down looking. But 4 more runs come across, and Ross dials long distance for the Braves. This is our Levin 7th inning stretch.
Pittsburgh is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines has low fares with no hidden fees. Book now at southwest.com, where what you see is what you pay.
Nothing Atlanta, bottom of the seventh inning. We welcome you back inside PNC Park in downtown Pittsburgh. Here's today's play that made you smile, brought to you by our friends at Aspen Dental. What a great catch, and then does the right thing. Watch this. Gives it to the little guy. You're not going to get a bigger smile than that. That's the play that made you smile, brought to you by our friends at Aspen Dental. On with Bob Walk, Tim Everett here. Bottom of the seventh inning. And Javier Vasquez is all done. And Peter Moylan is the new pitcher for the Braves.
Vasquez just getting the day off now. For no real reason other than to take it off.
Today.
Vasquez they punch out 12 last time. Curveball. And today he had it going again. Good location. Good stuff, too. He was throwing it up there with some pretty good velocity. We saw some 92s on the gun. And from those shots of the swings and misses, you can see he also had good bite on his breaking pitches. He had it all.
So 8 strikeouts for Vasquez, and over his last 2 appearances has struck out 20. He got 12 Marlins, ended up taking the loss in that game, but his offense showed up for him here today.
Well, his manager right there, Bobby Cox, one of the smartest baseball men that has ever been in any dugout anywhere, and he knows that it's a marathon race this season. It's 6 months long. He's going to need all of his starters healthy. He's up 10-0 now, so he's going to take Vasquez and put him in a nice warm shower in the clubhouse. Have him fresh for 5 days from now.
Brandon Moss 0-1. Now it's 1-1. Now Peter Moylan is from Australia. There is Donnie Veal loosening up. We haven't seen him since the opening series on the road against the St. Louis Cardinals. That one is toward the middle. Infante with it. And a nice play, and he gets Brandon Moss. And tomorrow on Savern on Sports Beat, Stan's guest will be Kevin Colbert, the Steelers Director of Football Operations, who will be in studio to chat about the upcoming NFL Draft. Don't miss it. Monday night, 6:30 here on FSN. The NFL Draft is a huge topic. Very, very big.
Yes, it is.
Just can't wait to find out who the next 7th rounder is going to be. But that could turn into a good player. You never know.
I kind of make fun of it, but I have found myself the last couple of years watching the draft show.
She might be texting you her draft picks, Bob.
I want to know who the Steelers draft picks are going to be. That's what I'm interested in.
Andy LaRoche 0 for 2 now in the hole 0 and 2. Well, the NFL Draft is an event unto itself. It has really grown its own life, hasn't it? Oh, way out in front, strike 3. I mean, that pitch came from far and wide. In Moylan's case, that pitch came from down under.
Yep, that's a little sidearm breaking pitch. It runs away kind of hard on LaRoche.
2 outs for Jack Wilson. Lines it to center. Schaefer is there. And Moylan makes quick work of the Pirates in the 7th. 1, 2, 3 they go. Schaefer, Moylan, and the Braves on top. also is out, and Jason Jaramillo is in. And on the mound, Donnie Veal, the left-handed Rule 5 pick, makes his second appearance of the season.
I feel like we're in Orlando.
This is like a spring training game, isn't it? You get all these changes. Well, those changes would have come about 2 innings ago, though.
Yeah. Well, this does have kind of a spring training feel when you see those wholesale changes like that, but not unexpected in a ball game that's 10-0.
I mean, that'll make a mess of your scorecard, won't it?
Yep. Scorecards are all saved now. I think they get authenticated. In the old days, those cards would just sit there on the wall of the dugout until somebody the next day come in and ripped it down, threw it in the trash. Not anymore. They are put away for people to, I think, bid on.
Greg Norton hitting here. Now, there's one scorecard that John Russell was involved in the game. He caught, I believe it was the 6th no-hitter for Nolan Ryan. And the shortstop that day for the Texas Rangers was Jeff Hewson. Jeff Hewson told me last summer that when that thing was over, after they jumped on Nolan for a while, he ran in the dugout and grabbed that. He grabbed the scorecard knowing it was going to be worth something.
You take a look at this card. You see those dots that you see next to the names? Well, what they do when somebody makes a last out. See if we can see it here. Okay, right here. See where that says 8 on there? That's the leadoff next inning. Now they'll, after next inning, when the inning's over.
Down to third, and Andy LaRoche handles it. 1 down.
When the inning is over, they'll take a pin and they'll cover that up. It'll be a black pin, not a red pin. And of course, they could use a yellow pin if they wanted. But anyway, they'll color that in. And that's where all the dots come. These dots right here are for, innings past. So by the time you get to the 9th inning, you get your cards all dotted up.
Drive to the left, and Delwyn Young on the run. He'll watch it go over his head into the north side notch. And Young will retrieve it to Vasquez, and a double for Omar Infante.
And you want to know why that's important is because the players need to take a look at it every now and then to see where they are in the lineup. They want to know, well, who's leading off next inning? Okay, I'm batting 4th next inning. It's for the players to look at. There's your double.
Delwyn Young getting introduced to the deepest part of the ballpark quickly.
Was that our Southwest field cam, or was that just the Southwest sign that it had?
Take your pick. Maybe a little of both. 1 ball, no strikes to Martin Prado.
There's where the ball hit. Hit just to the left of the 737.
1-0. And Prado takes high. Ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. Prado had that 3-run home run in the 4th inning. Braves put 3 up in the 1st, 3 more in the 4th, and then 4 in the 7th. David Ross, with his first home run of the year, drove in 3. 2-1 to Prado. We talked about it when we opened the telecast, Bob. The Pirates needed to bring their bats again today if they were going to do some damage against Javier Vasquez. And Vasquez, striking out 8, scattering 5 hits, did a nice job for Atlanta.
He's not going to do you any favors. You're going to have to hit to get on. He's very good control, likes to pound the zone. And we just weren't up to it.
Jeff Bennett loosening up for Atlanta. Well, Donnie Veal, who at times in spring training looked unhittable and at other times would walk a few men. Breaking ball, missed low. I believe twice he walked the bases full. in spring training.
He walked the bases full in his first outing this year in St. Louis.
Yadier Molina hit a home run off him too. 3-2 pitch. Side ball 4, and Martin Prado draws a 1-out walk. So Prado down to first. Over at second base is Omar Infante, and Donnie Veal is looking to find a way to get it out with a pretty tough customer at the plate, the switch hitting Chipper Jones. Jones has had a bit of a mixed bag today. Fielder's choice, he scored a run. Single. Thrown out trying to round second too widely. A base hit. Erased as part of a double play. Flied out to center. Hit by a pitch and scored. (1-0) to Chipper Jones from Donnie Veal. That gets away from Jaramillo and down to third. Infante over to second is Prado.
A couple of balls Jaramillo's had a tough time handling. The ball 4 pitch, and then this one, I think they've cut on it. They've been fastballs, and they've gone down and to his left. He's had a hard time corralling them. Both of them bouncing off the glove. That one getting away far enough for everyone to advance 90 feet.
Joe Kerrigan with a quick visit. In a 10-0 ball game, when you've been handed the mop and the broom, just to try to get the ball over the plate, now you're in a situation where you've walked a man, you have men at second and third due to a wild pitch, and now the infield has to play in. Corners are going to be back a couple of steps, but middle infielders are playing in. Try to limit some of the damage. And a 3-ball no strike count to Chipper Jones. And delivers a strike. (3-1) pitch. And the bases are loaded. 2 straight walks by Donnie Veal. And the bases are full with 1 out.
The Pirate bullpen, by the way, is empty. So Donnie's going to, at least for a while here, have to find the plate himself.
And with the Marlins coming in tomorrow for a 3-game set and not a day off until Thursday, Donnie Veal might go a little while just to spare the bullpen. Pitch to Matt Diaz is a strike. Nothing in 1.
If you're going to have a game like this, you love it to be on the road, because at least then you don't have to pitch that 9th inning. But because the Braves,
you're always thinking, Bob.
Yeah, you have to throw 9 innings instead of just 8. It's an extra inning for that bullpen.
John Russell knows what it's like to be on the other side of this. That's where the Pirates were yesterday. 10-0 winner. And Diaz flips this one up into the upper deck foul. Diaz started his career with Tampa Bay. 2003 was his first major league appearance. Then ended up going over to the Royals. And has spent the last 3 seasons with the Braves. One-two pitch. That's in the dirt. Now, Matt Diaz off the bench has been spectacular as a pinch hitter. Since the start of the 2006 season, talking about a minimum 90 at bats, he has been one of the best pinch hitters out there. Greg Dobbs is number 1 with a .323 average. Matt Diaz next at .303, and Jeff Blum of Houston .301 third. And Diaz hits this one fairly deep to left center field. Delwyn Young gets underneath it, makes the catch, and we'll get the ball back to the infield. 1 run will come in. It is now 11-0.
And some guys just have the knack for doing that, being able to sit over there in that dugout and come off and get that one at bat and make it a good one. It is a special knack. There's a lot of real good hitters, real good everyday players that on a day when they're getting a day off and they're called upon to pinch hit, they're not the same guy. It's not an easy thing to have that role.
Jeff Francoeur takes high and inside. And a sacrifice fly in the RBI for Matt Diaz. And Francoeur, who has singled and doubled, has driven in 2 today. An exceptional defensive player. He swings and he hammers this one deep to left center field. Delwyn Young back on the track, and he makes the catch in front of the wall. And that'll do it for the Braves. They get a run on 1 hit. They strand a pair. 11-0 Braves. Our next telecast of Pirates baseball on FSN Pittsburgh will be tomorrow night from right here at PNC Park, where the Bucs open a 3-game series with the National League East leading Florida Marlins. Andrew Miller will take on Ross Ollendorf. Steve Blass joins me for the TV call. Our coverage begins at 6:30 right here on FSN, bringing the game to you. Like they're bringing baby home. Tough day for the Bucs so far, being out hit 15-5. A little bit of rain fell earlier, but it's pretty nice out there right now. Here is Jeff Bennett, new pitcher for Atlanta. Out of the state of Tennessee, Donaldson, 6'3" and 200. And he's facing Ramon Vasquez and delivers a strike. Vasquez hitting in that number 9 spot, coming in as part of that double switch, and multiple changes made by John Russell in the top of the 8th inning. 0-2.
Remember, we were looking at that scorecard on the wall and had the 8 circled by his name. He's leading off the 8th. They'll be filling that in with the black Sharpie. Somebody makes the last out. Yeah, most managers, they go by the lineup card that they have in their pocket. The lineup card on the wall is basically for the players. They'll be looking at that there. You see that 8 with a circle. He's leading off, and they'll change that.
Foul ball out of play.
The home plate umpire has a copy of the one of the lineup card that the managers have in their pocket. The home plate umpire has a copy of that. That's what they exchange. There's a smaller version of what you see on the wall.
And again, Vasquez fouls this one.
And that's the official one. The one on the wall, it really doesn't matter, you know, if that what the names are on that. The one that counts is the one that they exchange at home plate. The names on that one mean something.
Fills up the count at 3-2. Remember a story that Hall of Famer Dick Williams told me about the lineup card. He was managing the Oakland A's. No, actually, it was the Angels when he managed the Angels briefly. And he had Nolan Ryan as a pitcher there. They're playing the Baltimore Orioles. And Nolan Ryan had just pitched a great game the night before. And Dick said that when he filled out the lineup card, he had a policy. Nobody was allowed in his office to talk to him because he'd get distracted. And really, it turned out to be not so good a thing as Vasquez lifts this one to center field. Sheffield made the catch. What happened was somebody came in his office and talked with him, and he put Nolan Ryan in as the pitcher again. So when he went out to exchange lineup cards, Earl Weaver began to laugh at him. And he said, "Oh, let me fix that." He goes, "No, Dick, you got to learn a hard lesson here." And so he had to go back to the dugout and tell Nolan Ryan to take his tennis shoes off, put his cleats on, go out there and throw the first pitch to the backstop. And then that night starter came in, and they were both angry with the manager.
Yeah, I can verify that story. Again, as I was talking about Don Sutton, growing up in Southern California, I remember that game. The Angels were my team, by the way. That's who I always was rooting for.
0-1 pitch, Niger Morgan, a comebacker. And Bennett will throw him out. Oh, no, he won't. He'll throw it away, and Niger Morgan keeps an eye on the baseball. He's going to step on the gas and head for third base. A two-base error by the pitcher, Jeff Bennett.
Well, maybe the shutout might be gone now just because of that errant throw. You would think be able to get that run home, just one out. Oh, all day. Nice little hop, and there it goes.
Ooh. Really a three-base error. I said a two-base error, but he'll get first, second, and third. As Bennett airmailed it to first.
He'd have been better off just throwing that in the stands. Morgan would have just went to second.
That's right. He wouldn't be able to go beyond second.
Yeah.
But a good job by Morgan to look behind him to see where the ball was resting in shallow right field. Freddie Sanchez at the plate. Takes a strike.
Infield back everywhere. This is about as easy a RBI as you can ever maybe pick up. I don't want to jinx Freddie, but infield back, everybody back, and you get the fastest guy in the team at third, and I jinxed him, didn't I?
There's Infante.
Yes, I did.
2 down. So Sanchez is down, and the batter is going to be Delwyn Young, who is hitting in the 3 spot. As Chipper Jones has a word with Niger Morgan and Tony Beasley. We talked about Matt Diaz of Atlanta being a good pinch hitter. So is Delwyn Young. Had 14 pinch hits for the Dodgers last year. Strike call to the outside corner. 0-1 to Delwyn Young, who was picked up for 2 players to be named later. Joined the team just a couple of days ago. Luis Cruz was optioned to AAA Indianapolis as part of that roster move. 0-2 now to Delwyn Young. Young appeared as a pinch hitter in game 1 of this series and popped out foul to the catcher Brian McCann, who was playing that night. That was the 3-0 win by Paul Maholm and the Pirates. 0-2 pitch inside. And now with another guy like Delwyn Young, how does John Russell utilize him? Do you think he uses him early in games as a pinch hitter? Because he can hit from both sides.
I don't know if it'll be set in stone. I think that he'll be a little more flexible in his use of pinch hitters now that he has Young on the team. I think there's been a couple situations earlier in the year where on that first road trip where he didn't use a pinch hitter early in the ball game, where with Young on the team, I think there's more of an opportunity to do so. Gives him an extra bat coming off the bench. Proven pinch hit bat.
1-2. And Delwyn Young strikes out. And we'll head to the 9th inning. Braves holding on to that 11-0 lead. Kids 14 and under, a variety of perks all year long, including a Buckaroos t-shirt, monthly newsletter with features on your Buccos, and invitations to exclusive autograph sessions and events. It's just $15 to join. Visit pirates.com/Buckaroos and sign up today. Eric Hinsky takes the place of Adam LaRoche at first base. He'll hit 5th in the order and will end up batting 2nd in the bottom of the 9th inning. Pirates trailing the Braves here, game 3 of this series. Pirates took the first 2, 3-0 and 10-0. It is 11-0 Braves, and Donnie Veal out for his 2nd inning of work, and he delivers low to Casey Kochman, the first baseman. So it'll be Donnie Veal the rest of the way today. And Kochman rolls this one to the right side, and Eric Hinsky bobbles. Now we'll toss to Veal covering for the out.
Feels a nice big target to throw 2 of these rumbling over to first.
Donnie Veal was property of the Chicago Cubs, Rule 5 pick.
The starter, right? In the minor leagues. I think that still maybe is not totally out of the question for him someday. Needs to gain control of his pitches. So many young pitchers have to.
Ross is 2 for 4 with 3 runs batted in. He had a 3-run bomb back in the 7th. He bats here in the top of the 9th. Braves will head off for 3 games in Washington. They'll have a day off on the road. Then we'll play the Cincinnati Reds next weekend. And the Pirates open a 3-game series with the Florida Marlins. Washington's beating Florida right now late in the ball game. Nationals just trying to soften the Marlins up before they come in here to PNC Park. There's one use for a Webkins. Webkins was a giveaway today. All kids 14 and under. Good thing he's got a big hood.
A head warmer.
multiple uses for the giveaway today. I think that particular Webkins would be a hit at a Jimmy Buffett concert, don't you?
Definitely had a little parrot head in him.
2-2 to David Ross now. So
I like this deal here for Veal to be able to go out and throw a couple innings back to back. Because I think at first inning getting out there for him is he's nervous. And then he can go and he can sit in the dugout and think about, okay, what happened that last inning, and now go out and try to make some kind of an adjustment.
Three-two pitch by Veal is high ball 4. One out walk to David Ross. That'll bring up Jordan Schaefer. 3 for 4 today. Struck out looking last time up. On a pitch that was, well, maybe a bit outside, but he was rung up by Paul Emmel, the home plate umpire. So Schaefer, who runs well, he is surprisingly good speed. Ball 1. Again, the Pirates schedule this week, 3 against the Marlins and a day off Thursday, but it's a flight out west. Travel day to San Diego, then the first meeting of 2009 with the Padres for the weekend.
You know, I'm rooting for the Marlins to win. I don't want them to be softened up.
Shallow left, and Young makes the catch.
I want them to come in here due for some losses.
Well, they're 10-1. They're due for a loss.
Well, if they're 11-1, they'll really be due for maybe losing 3 in a row. I just assume they win this afternoon.
Well, the thing about the Marlins is their bullpen, because coming into today's game with Washington, their bullpen hadn't allowed a run in 20 1/3 innings. And right now they are trailing Washington 3-2. So Kelly Johnson played second base first couple of games of the series, hitting in the pitcher's spot for Jeff Bennett. Right-hander will come on for the Braves to finish things off in the bottom of the 9th inning.
He's got to be enjoying this. It's 11-0 ball game. 9th inning. He's pinch hitting against a young lefty. Throws hard, a little wild. I would think that it'd be tough to really get your heart in this at bat.
3-0. Johnson can just sit tight on this pitch if he chooses. 244 on the year so far, and he takes ball 4. So Donnie Veal will walk his second man of the inning. Now, Donnie Veal has racked up a couple of walks already. That's 2 this inning. He had 2 last inning, 4 and 1 2/3 innings of work. That was a big thorn in the side for the Pirates pitching staff last year. Just way too many walks. They have cut down on those considerably this year, especially from the starters. But Veal's starting to pile a few up. And a strike is called to Omar Infante.
I really hope that control is something we don't talk much about this year. Last year was really a sore spot. I don't remember the exact number, but I think it was over 650 walks.
Ground ball to third. Andy LaRoche will go the short way to second and retire Johnson there. And the Pirates are down to their last wraps. Bottom of the 9th coming up for Freddie Sanchez and crew. It's 11. Pointed in between innings, getting some words from the pitching coach, Joe Kerrigan.
Yeah, this is one of Joe's projects this year, is to bring this young man along. And it was a little rough at times out there today. You mentioned that he did walk 4, but he doesn't pitch in the middle of that diamond very often. Just his second outing of the season, so you can't expect him to be, nipping at corners, certainly. But a lot of pitching in the big leagues is the mental part of the game, and that's something that Joe is going to have to bring him along with. How do you make your decisions about what you're trying to do out there? James Parr now on to pitch for the Bravos.
Parr pitched yesterday. Just cleaned up at the end of the game, and a 10-0 Pirate victory. And Jason Jaramillo hits this one to shallow center. Schaefer coming on, and Fonte out. Schaefer calls him off. 1 pitch, 1 away in the Pirate ninth. Eric Hinske will get in at bat. Hinske's been pretty good off the bench. If you need a double, they usually will call on Eric Hinske. Makes good contact. And Parr's first pitch to Hinske is down to second base. 2 pitches and 2 away in the Pirate ninth.
Ninth could end up being a par 3.
Very nicely done. How long have you been keeping that line in your pocket? Brandon Moss 0 for 3 today.
I'm not good at saving them. I just blurt them out. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't.
I mean, it's genius. They just come to you, don't they?
Yeah.
Strike call to Moss. And tomorrow, left-hander Andrew Miller for the Marlins against right-hander Ross Ollendorf. Ollendorf needs a good outing tomorrow. And there's Moss ramping one off the mound for a base hit. Moss, 2-out single. He's 1 for 4. And Andy LaRoche gets another opportunity. There goes your par 3.
Yep. Couldn't do it. He's thrown 4 pitches, though. Could be a par 5. The Pirates this inning certainly going up and being aggressive.
Well, LaRoche 0 for 3 after a 3-hit performance yesterday afternoon. And LaRoche bangs a single to center. First and second with 2 men out. And the batter will be Craig Monroe. He's going to hit in that 8th spot. Craig Monroe had not 1 but 2 3-run home runs yesterday. A 6 RBI game. Watch where that one lands. And then the next one lands about a foot or so, a couple of feet maybe, to the right of that. Almost in the exact same spot. Guys in the bullpen told you that ball was gone, and he came out to tip his cap. So the masher, Craig Monroe, former Tiger, former Twin. 2 balls and no strikes now to Craig Monroe. This is kind of his thing. 2 men on base. And Parr delivers. Pitches outside.
Parr's starting to think maybe this ninth is not going to be so easy. 2 pitches, 2 outs. Now he's got Monroe with his power up there with a couple of guys on. Parr could be looking at 3 Ernies. One swing, the way Monroe was locked in yesterday.
Pirates just trying to get a 0 off the board if they can. 2 outs, bottom of the 9th inning. And Monroe takes outside, 3-1. Ramon Vasquez on deck. Ready to go should Monroe get on. James Parr, the stretch, and the 3-1. He was careful with Monroe, and he walked him, and the bases are loaded for the first time of the game for the Pirates. Back-to-back singles by Brandon Moss and Andy LaRoche.
It almost appeared that entire at bat that he was pitching around Monroe with a score 11-0 and 2 outs.
Is that respect or
Oh
what?
man, I mean, stayed away from, got behind 2-0, and even that 3-1 pitch. Ross called fastball outside, moved down the outside corner, and they were not giving him anything in the plate.
And Roger McDowell on the phone getting somebody up in the bullpen with 2 outs in the 9th, up 11-0. And Parr, the pitch, a strike called to Vasquez. Right now, some slow activity in the bullpen because I don't know if the.
Oh, you don't want to get.
They don't think they're really going in, do they?
No. Here it comes. Looks like a splitter.
1-1. Well, Pirates trying to get a run. It all starts with a 1. Rafael Soriano says, "Are you serious?" Strike is called.
He's
1-2.
Not going to be getting ready real quick, that's for sure. He'll just barely play catch.
Bases loaded. 2 outs, 2 strikes. The pitch. Hit him. James Parr hit Ramon Vasquez, and the Pirates get a run.
That one stuck him good. That one hurt.
Well, the 0 is off the board as Moss comes across, and Parr, a 1-2, loses him.
Right.
1-800-SAFE Auto reminds you that you are safe at home with Safe Auto, proudly supporting the Obadiah Cole Foundation for prostate cancer screening and awareness. Early detection is the cure. Oh.
Did not want to give up that run.
Well, James this inning has been a little bit over par.
Yeah. Give him a snowman right on this hole.
He's had to pick up the ball off the green.
Yeah.
So LaRoche down to third. Monroe is at second. Vasquez hit by a pitch at first. And Niger Morgan takes ball 1. And now Rafael Soriano has to play catch a little quicker out there in the bullpen.
Yeah, now he's actually going to have to get loose.
Morgan's reached 3 times in the game, twice via the hit, once via the error. Strike is called.
Soriano with that strike, now he's back to tossing the ball. As long as he's throwing strikes, he thinks he's going to have to get loose. Well, now there's ball 2. Now he'll have to throw a serious pitch.
The Bucks are battling in the bottom of the 9th with 2 outs. Soriano's look a little more serious at this point.
He still wasn't all that serious. He's still just lobbing the ball.
2-1 and Morgan out in front. 2-2, and again, the Pirates down to their final strike today. Freddie Sanchez, he'd like to go up there and foul a few off. The 2-2. That is outside. 3-2. And can you believe this? The runners will be on the move on a 3-2 pitch to Niger Morgan. James Parr. And this one is ripped foul up the right side. Niger Morgan trying to keep this inning alive. Hardcore Bucks fans, younger fans who are sticking it out. Nice job by them. 3-2. And Morgan hits this one in the air to left. Will it drop? No. Diaz ends the game. And the Bucks leave him loaded in the bottom of the 9th inning. And the Braves take game 3 of this series by an 11-1 score. But the Pirates take 2 of 3 and will welcome the NL East leading Florida Marlins tomorrow. Your thoughts on this one?
Well, we've been pretty good this year because of the good starting pitching today. We got in a 6-run hole early on, 3 runs in the first, 3 runs in the fourth, and we just weren't in the game after that. A little bad luck early on, I thought, in that first inning. A few bloopers fell in and got the game going in the wrong direction.
Our next telecast of Pirates baseball.